Hi, hello, and welcome to part 12 of this series where I'm building a BIP44 HD Crypto Vault, which is an air-gapped device. So it can offer the maximum security that's possible for you to hold your cryptocurrency and transact without risking your funds at all. It's one of the best security options that are out there, and one of them is what I'm building. So I'm just gonna pick up from where I left the last time. We have been doing it for a little while now. This is part 12, as just said. And when we were working on it the last time, we were trying to get the QR code functional. So let's see what we can do with that today. I think I'll have to start the server first. Give me a sec. Let's start Nginx and let's start MySQL. Which is MariaDB. I mean, I'm using MariaDB instead of MySQL, not that they are the same. This should be up now. Yes, the vault is up. Let's go to the and let's open the folder here. I've been working on the custom Linux OS that will be running on this air-gapped vault. So as you know, this is the vault and this is the wallet. The communication happens through the QR codes, and this will be running on the Raspberry Pi with a custom Linux OS on it. So in between of streams, when I have almost 1.5 day, because I've been trying to do this every alternate day. I have been working on the custom OS side of things, and I have in fact have a working custom Linux OS. Not that it's done completely, but if you go to my GitHub, you'll see this repository which has these two scripts. This is the primary script, and if you run the script, it will download PyCore, which is a variant of TinyCore Linux, and it will do customizations on that, and as a result will give you a disk image file that you can write to your SD card, put that SD card into your Raspberry Pi over here, and that will boot up your Raspberry Pi into a custom Linux operating system which consumes about 40-50 megabyte of RAM so far that I've seen. Still a few bits, customization bits that are remaining on this side, which is essentially what I have been working on. So I have a list of the behavior that I've won from the operating system and how many of those items are done, and what else is remaining. So I keep on working on the custom Linux OS in between streams. And once that is done, the packaging of the Vault backend and the front end together and deploying that on the custom Linux OS, that's something I can do on live stream, because it's simply not possible to do this stuff on live stream because I I currently stream from a Windows machine, which is my primary workstation, and then in order to write the files to the SD card, I use my MacBook Pro because that has a SD card reader, and then my Raspberry Pi is actually plugged into the TV. So I'm kind of using three different screens here for doing stuff, and so it's not really feasible for me to, you know, just organize this stream that way, that well. Anyway, let's quickly make sure the stream is functional, right? Working, both are muted. Okay, let's say hello, and we'll get back to what we're building here. Okay. Let's see if we have any modifications here. We do. Okay, it's about the QR code instance that we were trying to make it work, but it did not. So on the import screen, when we click on scan QR code, the camera switches on. I see the light on the webcam lights up, That's something that's supposed to happen when it's in use, not that that's a guarantee of any kind, but for normal users that light comes up. And I don't see the preview on the screen itself right now. You can see there is nothing going on over here, but if I point the QR code in front of the webcam, it's able to read that QR code. Just the preview wasn't functional the last time. So right now this stream error happened because I'm using the webcam on OBS to stream myself, like you see me, right? So that's the camera is being used by the OBS right now, so I'm going to turn that off here. And then if I reload this page over here, this page should be able to create the scanner instance without an error. And when I click on scan QR code, okay, this today it's invoking an error, cannot access video stream. Let's reload this again. Not sure what we did for the HTTPS fix. Oh, okay. It does load even though it complains that it's not secure because the certificate is apparently invalid. I don't think it completely worked as it should have, but it still loads up the site on HTTPS and is enough to start the webcam on this one. So I clicked on this one. The webcam is the light on the webcam is on now, and as you can see, there is no preview on the page itself. But if I show the QR code in front of this webcam, you will see on the right hand side this console, you will see some data that gets output over there. Trying to align the QR code in front of the webcam. Okay, doesn't look like it's working as of now. Let's see, what did we change last time? So right, so instead of creating a scanner instance when the button is clicked, we created that on the in the mounted hook. And so essentially, if you click the button 2 times, then the instance simply gets replaced. And when I show the QR code into that, then it will output multiple, like it will read the QR code multiple times. So I think that's what happened yesterday when I made this change. That's when the QR code reading stopped working as well. But it shouldn't have, so that's what we have to investigate today. And hopefully we can get this working. If not, then we'll have to find some other library. But what I want to try first of all is to see if we can, I mean, like the demo of this library works flawlessly. And that's exact, so it's functional, it's not broken. Not really sure why it doesn't work on this one. This being HTTPS was one known issue, but now that it's resolved, even though it says not secure, uh, it should still work, but maybe it has a problem with that as well. So what I'm gonna do right now is load this from my server where I have HTTPS on my block. Just loaded, put the HTML files over there in a temporary directory and see whether the same example works over there or not. Let's make a directory here. What's going on? Make directory QR, cd QR. Then I need a HTML file inside of which I'll throw in this code. And then we need some custom code here, so that we will put in here. And the custom code is simply creating a scanner instance, which we have here. So this would be something like this. where scanner is equal to new instance. We do need the video element by the ID preview. Okay, this, and then we also need to provide the camera to it, and what to start the scanning of the video feed basically. So this will be plug in the first camera over here. We can simply use scanner to start, and that should be it. Let's see if that works. If not, then we'll try to make it work and see whether we can get that functional or not. Voila, it works right out of the box on this page. So what does that mean is maybe, just maybe, mm, it is the HTTPS that's causing the issue here. And as soon as that is resolved, it might just work on its own. I think one more bit that I can actually try is instead of using this local local domain that I've created that I'm using here, how about if I just move the entire Vue.js application to this directory over here, at least for this QR scanning purpose, and then see what happens with it. So let's try that. I think the files that I have, the Nginx is looking at the static for the directory and everything. So I need this index.html, these two files at the assets, and that should be it. So let's see. Copy this completely, and over here I'm gonna create a working folder. Move this index.html inside that folder. Create a new index.html here. Paste that entire HTML file in here, and create. Oh no, not static. Rather assets. I can actually use zip this up. Static Q. Okay, let's do this. Gonna zip this up. Vault assets, and then copy this over to this directory over here. So now it's here. Let's extract it. Needs to be out of the static folder. So go inside the static folder. Don't need this QR folder, so we will delete that. Also, we have to make a change regarding the QR folder, because that's where I temporarily created the QR codes that are being used on the vault. But when I do package this up, this backend and front end in a extension that the custom Linux OS will be using, we want to be relying on the temporary location that's provided by the operating system. So that way we know that it has a little writable space in the memory itself, still not on any of the storage media or any disk on which we are even temporarily writing any data. No, not that kind of a thing. So just have to change that. But let's figure this out first. So we have these two things here now. Okay, already have index.html outside, so don't need that. And I'll move the assets folder one directory up, and that should give me something. So reloading this, I got the vault. Okay, so let's see what happens when I reload this. Okay, the DNS failed. Okay, I should be seeing at least this much output. I'm missing some files. Assets index.html. I mean, when any backend interaction that the Vue.js app does is simply gonna be relying on the URL. So that should work just fine with my local instance, this one. But it should have loaded most of it. So what happened here? Loading a bunch of files here, loading these files. Does this load? This does not. Okay, need to change the URL. Let's do that here. Nano. Okay, I'm in the wrong folder, I think so. So over here, instead of saying this as assets, let's use this. So that should do it. Yep, we got it. Now if you go to import and click on scan QR code, we still did not get the output. So now that we know, now we know it's not because of the HTTPS issue, it's because of how I'm using it inside of Vue.js. But I'm just gonna show it the QR code and see whether it's able to pick that up or not. Still no, I think no, doesn't work. Um, doesn't even throw an error, so that's really stupid. Everything is loading here. Do I have the video code right here? Right, as in how it should be. Okay, since we can not worry about the HTTPS bit because it didn't even work on this, so let's come back to this itself and see what's going on here. So we'll leave this for now. Just focus on what we have here. Okay, let's see. The import component is here. We create a scanner instance. Continuous scan period. Bounded the video to this object in the DOM and created the scan event. And then when the button is actually clicked, we flip this switch so that UI changes, create this, put this into a variable over here, and then start the scanner over here. Static scanner. Let's see. Most probably that's firing. Starting scanner. Right. Let's also log the cameras object here. Okay, so zeroth camera ID is this, name is this, and the stream is here. So what about that? And if I move this code back to this function itself and then reload this, I think the behavior was it does work, but it doesn't show the preview with the first instance, right? But this time the QR scanning will work, so I'm now showing the QR code to the webcam, and it still hasn't picked it up. It was able to pick it up yesterday just fine with this code, I think. Nope, not picking it up. All right. And if I click on the scan QR code, then another scanner instance is created and the video preview now works. And if I show the QR code now to the webcam, it doesn't work. Okay, it's not picking it up. Let's give it another light. Nope. Yesterday, we were able to see the scan of the QR code itself, and we were seeing that on the console log here. But so what has changed since then? I pretty much had it like this only. And even now, scanner, it did say starting scanner. So this was fired twice, as in because this was fired twice. Because wait a minute, where is the button? Scan QR mnemonic. Why is it not? Oh, I have an extra space. Okay, so this is the function which fires this. So I click on it. Click on the button twice. It fires this function twice. And to see this greeting scanner instance twice here. But for some reason, this doesn't work. And one more thing that I tried was creating two video tags here and then just doing this twice with the second video tag that we have in there. Let's call it scan2, and we'll also need to duplicate this. Let's make it now. Although JavaScript doesn't mind if you change the data type of a variable. And what here? Upon clicking this button, loop over the camera. Once you find the camera, actually I'm just gonna do this, duplicate this, call it scanner 2 over here, starting scanner 2. No cameras found. Yeah, that's not gonna get triggered. Now reloading this. Okay, bunch of errors. Okay, can't define null here. Vue.js minds that. So let's go back to just empty strings. Reload. Okay, so no error. I click on scan QR code. It says it. Okay, that's interesting. Oh no. The scanner instance was only, since this was only fired once, one scanner instance, one console log message rather, and then two scanner instance have been created, but there is no, wait a minute. Okay, right. So scanner has been started twice, this one and this one, as we can see from here, and this one is a singular message, so that only showed up once. The scan event for both the scanners have not fired, so let's try to do that again, showing the QR code to the camera. It doesn't pick it up. Now if I click the button again, we would have two instances of scanner overwriting the previous two instances, and the video preview works on both the video tags in here as well, showing the QR code again, and it doesn't want to work. Great, just great. Should I mean, increased my brightness? I mean, it should pick it up at this point because it definitely was earlier. So, uncaught abort at error. Okay, didn't even try to abort, whatever. Okay, going back to what we had. Scan. I mean, the issue now is clicking it twice does bring the video up, but it's not scanning the QR code at all. So that's an error. Okay, let's see. Something is going on in here which does not make a lot of sense. Let's switch the permission back, reload this. So when that page is loaded, nothing happens. Oh, because this is not in mounted anymore. Okay, let's move it back to but should we? I mean, maybe the user is simply going to be typing the mnemonic and going along their way. They might not even use the scan option, so why create the scanner instance right on the mounted event? I mean, it doesn't make sense over there, but I must have been thinking something yesterday that I decided to put it up on mounted. Eventually, this will be what will be used most, so it doesn't matter, but let's give it a quick test run and then we will come back to it. Okay, so scanner instance has been created. I click on it. It prompts the permission for the camera. So this does not prompts for the permission in the browser. This does, the start function. So I click on allow. Scanner has started now. And it doesn't work. What if I create a global variable here and receive this into that variable and use that over here? It doesn't make a difference. I'm just mm, trying to reproduce it in weird ways so that I can maybe extract a clue out of it. The scan event is not firing though. How about this dot scanner? So it becomes h1.start, reloading, scan. So nothing is even happening now. It simply says starting scanner. Oh, it does fire. Okay, my bad. Okay, it does start the scanner, but when I show the QR code, it doesn't pick it up. So that's kind of stupid. I mean, we know that it worked just fine on this page. See, works right out of the box as soon as the page loads. And what do we even have here? We simply have the exactly same code, just not, we're simply not using Vue.js here. I think that's somehow causing an issue. Even if all of this code is together inside of this function, it's causing an issue. So let's just revert that. Moved it back here. Reload, scan, created instance, started scanning, click on it again, preview starts functioning. But now we have a new problem at hand. That QR code is not getting processed at all. Did we change the parameters here? I mean, let's try changing these parameters here as well and see if that makes a difference in our case. Click 1 does work but no preview. Click 2, preview works, showing the QR code. Okay, this time it detected the QR code. So okay, that's interesting. I think okay, so now you see 4 over here, so that means it was scanned 4 times, and now it should say 6. So what we had here, scan period of 5 seconds, is essentially what's causing the issue. If we switch to continuous as false and retain this scan period, then what happens? Let's see, let's try that out. Click on scan, no preview but the webcam is on. Click 1, no preview but the scanner is on, webcam lights up, and if I show the QR code it should read it. Okay, no, it does mind that variable. And if I click on it again I get the preview, and if I show the QR code now, nope, doesn't work like this. It's definitely something with scan period. So let's kick that out, use continuous true and it works, but let's try with continuous false ones. Created the scanner showing the QR code. Come on, come on. Doesn't work. Click on it again. Two scanner instances. Uh, two scanner instances, though overriding on the same variable, so we only have one scanner active. I mean, we do have two scanners active, but we have lost the reference to it. That's what's happening. So when I show this QR code, it will read it twice because there are two scanner instances. Okay, now it has decided to not read it at all. Do I have it as false? Okay. Let's use continuous as true. Reload this page. Click. Same thing again. Click. Video loads. QR code. Okay. Picked it up, but twice. Reload. Scan. No preview. One scanned instance, and this time it will read it once. Yep, it read it. But in this case, the preview doesn't work. Okay, let's check out this documentation of this library. This is the demo, this is the repository. It's a little old. It hasn't seen updates for more than 3 years now. It shouldn't be a problem, but if it was updated, that at least we'll have some confidence that it continues to work in its full glory. So this is the variable. When this is false, it doesn't work. And when this default is 1, don't need to change it. Only applies to continuous mode. Whether to actively scan when the tab is not active. Background scan, true. And false is just. For our use case, this won't really matter because we'll only have one tab. The Vault environment, the custom Linux operating system, and this program will not really have multiple tabs, so this isn't a concern. If it's the webcam is open, it can actively scan for QR code. It's not gonna get out of focus, so no point in flipping this either. Capture image, whether to include the scanned image data as part of the scan result. Okay, don't wish for that. Whether to horizontally mirror the video preview. This is helpful when trying to scan a QR code with a user-facing camera. Default true. Okay. And then this video element here. Oh, I think I know what's happening here. Why didn't this occur to me earlier? Because we specify the element to be binded here like this. So when this happens, I think when the preview does like when the video feed does gets binded to the preview video tag, the Vue.js does a render and it wipes this out. I think that's what's happening here. So it did work, but Vue.js removed it in a way because it re-rendered it. So over here we should be able to see it. I mean, like, we don't think I'll see it anything here because the DOM won't be modified as such, but let's see if we can. Okay, it's not even in the DOM yet. Scan code, we have this VR preview. So yeah, we didn't see it, but we do have the preview here. And when I click on it again, what happens then? Okay, then this gets added. So what if this isn't hidden based on this if condition? Let's try that once. So this time I'll simply have a video tag with just this. Will it work with the first click? It does occupy some space here. So when I click on it, oh yes, it does work. So that's what the issue was. Okay, so I think with a little bit of styling, this can be an image, so it won't be an empty array. And when this button is clicked, the camera gets active, the preview is shown, and then the QR code is shown to it. It picks it up, and off we go. Great, success, yes. Gonna drink some water here. Okay, so now that we have that functional, I can also maybe do this, have the condition on a div rather, and maybe that will keep it functional. Just wanna try it out real quick. Let's see. Reload. No, okay, so video tag is gone. Click on scan QR code and it doesn't work. So can't really have that inside of a condition, and Vue.js messing with it. Okay, let's see if there's another way of getting around it. Vue.js, prevent Vue.js from rendering wiping out the cam stream. Oh, avoiding memory leaks. I'll capture webcam video with GS. A few months ago, I've been following the Bitcoin explosion and signed up for an account with this. During the verification, I was prompted to submit a photo ID. This was pretty cool concept. Got me thinking, what exactly does it take to be able to integrate webcam by using web browser? 2018. Okay. So is it like this guy is capturing that frame without relying on any library? I think, yeah, that's what he's doing. Draw image. This captures at push. Okay, in this example, the video will be piped to this tag, but then we'll have to click on a picture to capture that frame and then try to read QR from it. And I've not even seen where they're actually reading from it. What is this? Loop over captures and show all the images. So is it like do they have a demo? Okay, so it's like the live stream, the video stream is here. You click on snap photo, it shows you a bunch of frames that it was able to capture, and then you pick one and run with it. But that's unnecessarily UI stuff. I don't want these extra select options in my UI. And what's this about? If you're developing applications, they need to watch out for memory leaks. This issue is especially important in single applications because for designers, you should not have to fetch the browser. So it is up to the JavaScript application to clean up components and make sure that garbage collection takes place as expected. Memory leaks do not typically come from Vue itself, rather they can happen when incorporating other libraries into an application. Right. Okay, so for they're cleaning up the instance that the external library created explicitly on before destroy hook. Does our library scanner dot start, scanner dot stop? Okay, so ours does not stop when the scanning is done, right? We can trigger the stop for the scanner, but looking for an option to that kind of decommissions the instance that this library creates. State machine. Hmm. That's actually a good question, how to stop the scanner. Where is the Vue.js tab on this page now? Come on. Okay. Needed to open the dev panel again. So now we have it working on the single click. Don't really have a way of. Hmm. So at this scan event, scanner dot stop. Let's see. Mm, okay, we do have the console here now. Click on scan. Works. Let's see if it stops scanning when the QR code is shown. It did. That's good. Don't know whether it still exists in the memory. Probably does. I mean, like, we have only stopped the scanning instance, like called a function on the instance. We haven't done nothing to the instance, so it definitely exists. But do we have to worry about preventing a memory leak in this case. Zixing. 1.27 MB. What? I think this is why the library was huge. I mean, at this point, we cannot even destroy the InstaScan instance here, because what if the user scanned the QR code and this is what they get, but this is not what they want to proceed with? Or maybe an error happened and they didn't scan the right code that's expected over here, because in this particular context, the QR code that we're expecting is an encrypted form of mnemonic. So when they receive it, they will attempt to decrypt it, prompt for the decryption key, and then restore the mnemonic that way. So maybe I scan for a wrong QR code and uh, don't think it will be able to detect that it's not one of those encrypted form, because at the end of the day it's all strings, right? But I'll have to see. So we need to keep the instance alive. Okay, so I guess we'll worry about the memory leaks later on. Can't really do much about it, and if really needed, I think if that's sufficient, or when we have restored the mnemonic, then we can destroy this variable here. Yeah, let's see. So, so when the import component is done, it should clear out all. I don't know the cycles of the how the component cycles work, as in what happens to these data variables. Do they get destroyed when the component is decommissioned? Component life cycle. Vue.js. Let's educate ourselves a little bit here. Okay, before create, after the Vue instance has been initialized, at this stage, created before mount. Okay, so before render, and that doesn't exist yet. Please note this hook is not called during server-side rendering. Okay, mounted. So when the mounting actually happens, it is called anytime changes are made to a data before update. Oh, this could be useful. Update hook is fired after change has been made. So if I'm thinking like if we have to access DOM manually and we did it after mounted, so we can attach ourselves to before update and updated event, and anytime an update is incoming, we read that from the DOM, store it temporarily, and when that update is done, calculate it and restore it back. Before destroy, call right before a view instance is destroyed. At this stage, the instance is still fully functional. You can perform necessary cleanups here. Please note that this hook is not called during server side. Call after view instance has been destroyed. When this hook is called, all directives have been unbound, all event listeners have been removed, and all child view instances have also been destroyed. So kind of you'll need to use this before destroy. Let me add a to-do for myself here. We don't want memory leaking out. Okay. Moving on. Okay. So whatever we receive here, we move that to encrypted mnemonic. We stop the scanner. And then we got a prompt for the decryption key. Hmm. Where do we turn this on again? Scan QR mnemonic. I think it was scanning QR only. So we have to turn this off once we know the scanning part is done, and we can proceed with the decrypting and everything. So based on scanning QR, kind of need another flag. Scanned. And I'll show you how I plan to use that in a sec. So when this happens and when this happens, we flip it. Scanned QR to true. And now, based on the scanned QR true, we can show an input model here. So we'll simply copy over this and bind it to decryption key, text. Let's add a if condition here. And over here we'll say scanned QR is equal to true. It's lacking label, so let's put all of this in a div. Decryption key. Reload. Scan QR code. Okay. Download the camera from the OBS. Reload this page. Click on scan. Scanner started. Now I have to show the QR code. And then this should go away and the passphrase should show up. Yep, that's gone. Did it reach the right variable though? It did not. Why not? Because this isn't the right function here. Let's do that again. Reload. Scan QR code. Creating scanner instance. Showing QR code. It scanned it. And over here encrypted mnemonic is received on here. It's showing the decryption key prompt here. And then when I put this in, it should, the only sensitive bit over here is the decryption key, right? Okay, let's see. Add this decrypt button, which will issue this request to the backend. Decrypt mnemonic. Um, but in order to still get to the point where the wallet is unlocked, we still need to prompt for the passphrase. This is what we have. Let's see. The scan QR code is scanned. We have the mnemonic, which is what we do in the import screen in a regular fashion. It's stored on the client side, this one as well, and both of these are sent out. Okay, I think I know what to do here. I think instead of decrypting the mnemonic on the client side, we send the decrypt mnemonic end mnemonic and the decryption key along with it. But if that's on the same screen, then how does that work? Okay, one step at a time. We did this over here. Decrypt, reload, unlock wallet is this thing, scan QR code is this thing, showing the QR code. Okay, didn't work. Worked this time. Then need to put in the decryption key, and then decrypt will fire this function, which I think or maybe I prompt for the passphrase here as well. What's the big deal? We do have means of, I mean, like, without the decryption key, I don't think we can say whether the QR code is sensible or not, as in contextually. But when we do have the decryption key, we can decrypt it and match it with the word list, the mnemonic word list that we have, and check whether that's a valid mnemonic or not. So, do I want to break that into multiple steps though? That's what I'm wondering. Or what I can do is when somebody clicks decrypt, they're simply taken back to this screen where this is filled out, and now they have to just fill the passphrase and click on this and continue. But then they might kind of get confused. Why are they seeing the scanning option again? So that's something to think of. Okay, this is different. The import is different from the generate component, so that can be removed. Unlock wallet is the same. Passing mnemonic and passphrase are in this import one. Hmm. I think instead of this form and giving so much prominence to the scan QR option, what can be done is have just this form and scanning option right next to this label so that it kind of indicates instead of typing this out, you're trying to scan it. And when that is scanned, it it puts that in here, prompts for the decryption key, we put that in, it decrypts it right here, put in passphrase, and then the usual flow continues. So what do we need to make that work? I mean, let's save our progress at this point. Okay. Because I'm gonna be changing a lot of things here. Okay, let's see. This is the form, and this is where we want to prompt the scanning. So the button for scan QR code actually gets moved down to here, somewhere here. Let's put it here. This message is no longer needed, so comment that out. Video feed is still on the top. Need to bring that down. Can I have the video stream being very small? HTML5 video tag with height. What happens if I give it a value of 10? Okay, it's almost gone. Let's use the camera over here and see whether that gets big on its own. It does not. I see a small preview here of the video feed, video stream over here. See. Hmm. So upon clicking the scan QR mnemonic, I can increase the width and height of it. Right. Is .css a native JavaScript function? What is this? The object with CSS property specifies how the contents of a replaced element should be fitted. to the box established by its used height and width. Okay, a bunch of options like these. Kind of what I want to do is this. Remove attribute is a function, right? Element dot remove attribute, not an HTML5 function, but just HTML, just an HTML function. What? Okay. Seriously, you're chaining this? Oh, because it's chaining this, that's why it's throwing that on the new line. Remove attribute width and remove attribute height. So how does that work? Let's see. Scan. Okay, error. Cannot read remove property of undefined. What are you talking about, my man? Do have it here. Maybe. You can throw in the video over here. And then over here, simply use it like this, test.video. And test.video. Remove attribute. Yeah, it's gonna chain anyway. Screw you. Scan an error. Cannot read property video of undefined. It's okay. Okay, let's see if it works this time. No error. Click on scan and remove attribute of null. Okay, maybe can't do it like can't chain this. Reload. Scan. Still says cannot remove it. What the hell? Istanbul ignorance. Wonder what that is. So this dot video is null essentially. Why would that be? We initialized it here. Reload, view, import. Video is null here. What? Reload, import video. Okay, now we're talking. Oh, it worked. Nice. And once this is scanned, it should go away, simplifying the UI. Okay, it didn't go away completely because the width and height are now removed, so it's taking some space. So for that, what can we do? Hey, Deluxe TV. Yes, I am making a crypto wallet, but it's not a usual crypto wallet. Let me show you what I mean. It's this setup essentially. So the wallet's responsibility is split in two devices. One is going to be a wallet app, which will not handle any of the sensitive information, and all the sensitive information is handled on a secondary device, which is an air-gapped vault, which essentially runs on a Raspberry Pi with a custom Linux OS. And obviously, we have a backend and a front end for the application program. And Vault is that portion that I'm currently working on, that you saw me working on. And essentially, this is air-gapped. An air-gapped device is the one which does not connect to any other device using any protocol. Like it does not require you to plug in a physical wire, like in case of many hardware wallets out there, and not even use a Bluetooth, because that exposes, that kind of forces you to rely on the security of those protocols. And if a vulnerability was supposed to be discovered, then that can be exploited to steal away your funds. I mean, hardware wallets do have these secure chips in place, which kind of adds another layer to it. But why have a system that's trying to communicate to another device over such a broad or capable protocol which can invite attacks? So when I make this air gapped, and the only communication between the wallet and the vault happens using QR codes, there is not no actual data transfer that's happening. This is simply encoded textual data. So our device is just that safe. And there's also like a lot of properties for this custom Linux OS. That's also something that I'm working on, which kind of you know makes even the physical theft of this device useless. It doesn't have, like, it boots up completely into memory. You can eject the SD card out of it, so it's totally functioning on the memory. No writable storage medium is attached to it, so nothing that it does can be written out to anywhere where it can be exploited for extraction. So I have a landing page. If you're interested in checking that out, you can go to woodpecker.com, woodpckr.com, and over there I have the landing page linked. If you click on that, you'll have a specification and a roadmap listed out over here. This is the Google Docs, and some essential features which you can go through. And essentially the most important bit is that all of this will be open source, so you don't really have to rely on any third party to trust them to do their job. So in this way, since all of this is open source, you can trust but also verify, so it kind of becomes trustless. So you are in charge of your own funds, and the roadmap will show you that right now it's just a simple wallet with just Bitcoin support. Then multiple currencies will be added, and then the support for the Web3 platform, basically, so that you can use decentralized exchanges right from this wallet setup, so that you don't have to rely on centralized exchanges even, and things like that. And if you have to interact with website, then interaction with that, like how the MetaMask extension in the browser interacts, all those capabilities will come to this system down the road. So that's essentially the crux of what I'm working on. And right now I know the UI kind of looks like a horrible mess. That's intentional. Once the functionality aspect of it is done, then I'll come back to the UI and UX of the MVP build of this air gap crypto vault. And okay, to give you an idea of how much I have made progress, a lot of the wallet app code is done. For now, we are not using our Bitcoin Core node, we are using a third-party API, but that will be replaced. And over this, the signing transaction, where when you actually want to send money to someone, then you create an unsigned transaction in the wallet that generates a QR code, which QR code you show that in the webcam of the vault, which reads it, shows you so that you can confirm it, what's the transaction details that you're signing. and then sign the transaction using your private key, and then generates a QR code for the signed transaction, which you scan back from the wallet side, and then it can broadcast it to the network so that the transaction goes through. So yeah. Okay, back to where we were working. This is the vault user stories that I'm currently working on. We are at this point. The red portions are completely built out. So we are at this point. We are trying to complete this line. Okay, cool. Okay, what did we try to do here? I forgot what I was doing. Let's reload this page, scan the QR code again, and see where does that take us. Okay, okay, the video didn't work because it needs to be detached from the OBS first. Okay, now it's detached. Reloading the page, scan QR code. The video field shows up, scan the QR code. That goes away. We get the supposedly encrypted mnemonic, but okay, we were trying to control the size of this video tag here. So, and we initialize it with 10 width and height, right? So instead of removing, or maybe we add the attributes back at this point when the scanning is done. So it can simply be $this.video dot add attribute, I'm guessing would be the function name, width of 10, and same with height. Reload. Let's give that another go. Scan it, show the QR code. Okay, add attribute is not a function. Okay, HTML5 add attribute. What's the function name? Set attribute, obviously. Okay, set attribute. Let's give that another go. Okay, scanning. QR code rendered, and it collapsed on its own. That's nice. That's how I want it to be. Cool. Close these things out. Set attribute, yeah. Yeah, I mean, also, it would be really cool for, if you have a paper wallet of some sort. Right now, the only way that I've seen in order to, you know, access the funds that you have stored in a paper wallet is to rely on a third party temporarily, import your private key, which is obviously risky, right? Because while you're trying to import it, it might get stolen, or the service you're relying on, they might be malicious, or they might act malicious, and there's nothing that you can do about it. So this setup, this air gap crypto vault, will give you a way of importing your paper wallets in the most secured fashion. So simply what you do is you set up this wallet and the vault system, right? And in the vault, you import that account, and that gets imported. You have your private key in it, right? And the very first thing that it will prompt you to do is move that money out of the paper wallet into your existing wallet that's managed by this wallet plus vault combo, so that those funds are moved to an address under the mnemonic that generates your wallet. It will generate a signed transaction QR for you. You simply use the wallet app to scan that QR code, broadcast that information. So your private key for that paper wallet never leaves this air gapped vault, and you simply have moved all of those funds to a new wallet that's managed by this wallet system. So in a way, you don't risk anything, and you are able to move funds out of your paper wallet securely. essentially, I mean, this is something that I wish that existed. There are very complicated setups of this nature, but that's very technical. You have to rely on another computer, and you have to have a bunch of key USB drives and plug one in, boot it up, eject that, use another one, boot it up using that, and accordingly work your way around that. But that has its own risk, because what happens if the because USB itself is has a very broad attack vector. So the best hardware combination that I could find was using a Raspberry Pi. I'm using a Raspberry Pi Zero, so which is like this big, right? And it only has 512 MB of RAM. It has no wireless, no Bluetooth capability, so it doesn't even have the hardware. Even if some malicious program was to reach there, or let's say I'm asking you to not even trust me. Let's say I'm the malicious actor here, and why do you even want to trust the custom Linux OS that I've built, right? So in that aspect, because the device has no means of putting out the information out in any contextual form, like it does not have it, like I'm not sure if you're familiar with the air gap devices. They have a like there are several proof of concepts that are possible, that people have shown that is possible to extract data out of air gap devices as well, but they always rely on some mechanism to encode the information and extract the information in some way. So they might use a microphone or a speaker or fans, or this fan from the power supply, or the radiation, electromagnetic radiation leaks that happen from the computer itself, or your display cable wire and whatnot. So covering all of that, if the device does not have any fan, any, like it doesn't even require a CPU cooling fan because it's so small, right? So all of those things reduces the attack vector that's possible on this device, and it's not a traditional air gap device that's gonna be up like a server 24/7, right? You only need to boot it up one when you want to create a new account, or when you want to send a transaction out, you want to send money to someone. And even when you're setting up accounts, you can set up multiple accounts right from the very beginning. So you won't even have to boot it up unless you want to send money out. So if you're a hodler, you would never have to boot it up, like maybe once in a few months or something. Oh, cool. And I think since crypto becomes more and more mainstream, it's gonna be very crucial that we take the matter of security in our own hands, because before Bitcoin goes mainstream, I think DeFi is gonna go mainstream. We're gonna be seeing a lot of existing financial instruments moving over to that space, and existing centralized implementations of the existing instruments that we have in using DeFi tokens and everything. So even with that, we want to be able to not rely on anyone, right? That's the spirit of the decentralized vision of the future. If you go on my landing page that I showed you earlier, woodpecker.com, I'll put that link in here actually. On the landing page, you will see an email box that you can drop in your email over there. And once I start, making progress, good enough progress with it, once I build the MVP, I'll start pushing out weekly development updates, and you can follow along the project that way. And if you're active on Twitter, you can follow me on Twitter as well. That's essentially the only social media platform I use. So, okay, so we got this working, and now we have to let's take a look at the data that we have here and go through that process one more time. Scanning it. Okay, need to disconnect the cam from the OBS first. Reload. Scan. Okay, scan it now. Okay, it scanned, but I didn't get the value in encrypted mnemonic. So something. Okay, it didn't refresh for some reason, but we have the value here. So now, okay, how do we proceed? We still need the decryption key from the user. So maybe instead of this, I show an encrypted field over here replaced by this field based on the, as long as this variable is non-empty, I can maybe work along with that. Let's see. This is text area. Let's copy this. This will be encrypted mnemonic. I hope I spelled that right. That's the name of our model, encrypted mnemonic, right? And what do we do? If we only show this, we only show the mnemonic one. So div if, and for this one as well. Now if encrypted is equal not equal to empty. Let's actually use single quotes. That I've been using single quotes, and for actual conditions use double quotes. And over here, if encrypted mnemonic is empty, only then show it. Oh, come on. Okay, there you go. Reloading. Okay, thanks, man. See you later. Turning off the camera, reloading the page, looking at the variables here, scanning triggered, showing the QR code. And got the encrypted mnemonic here, which is shown over here. Okay, it should also show the decryption key here. Okay, so let's add that here. Let's copy this. Decryption key. What's the name of the model again? Decryption key. Decryption key. Oh, I saw a notification popped up for Twitter. Okay, cool, man. Decryption key. Text. I think that's it. Sorry, was talking to my wife. Let's see. Okay, this is added now. Let's go through this process again. Scan it again. That gets shown here, and decryption key here. What is this symbol? Okay. Now, the decryption key, when gets entered, kind of need a decrypt button as well, which when pressed decrypts this mnemonic, populates the mnemonic field over here, so that we are back to this view, and then one can simply click on unlock wallet, and that gets unlocked on the backend side of it. I really wish there was a. I have to figure out a way so that I can have these chat open in front of me and don't really have to switch windows so many times. Okay. Should I? I can reduce the width of this, and this should be grayed out unless both of the mnemonic and passphrase is filled out, right? So that can happen based on a computed property. I forgot how to define it. Like this. Okay, I will do this, and if it throws an error, then we'll figure out. Unlockable. And does it have to be a function every time? Let's check out example real quick. Computed property, and it needs to be a function which will return it. Okay, so unlockable function which will return on the basis of whether we have mnemonic, this dot mnemonic, and is not equal to empty, and this dot passphrase not equal to empty. So then unlockable becomes true, and then based on the value of this variable we can control the state of that button, which is here. Okay, how do we disable a button again? Disabled is equal to disabled. HTML5 button disabled. Where's MD5? Oh my god. Hey, over here. Disabled. The boolean attributes prevents the user from interacting with the button. It cannot be press or focused. Okay, so this is just a boolean that we have to specify. So that's good. In order to bind it with disabled, what do we have to do? V colon bind something. Vue.js bind disabled property. Okay, just okay. Column disabled. That's cool. I know that's a shorthand notation. Okay, disabled and unlockable is what we were calling it. Yeah, unlockable is true. Okay, so inverse of it is what we want. It will be disabled when it's not unlockable. Right. That should work it. Testing it out. Scanning. Okay, it's not clickable, so maybe it can use some UI updates as well. Okay. Okay. Decryption key width full. Let's do 32. Is 32 is quite small. The decryption key will at least be more than double of it actually. So let's change with 32 to 64. Come on, let me edit. Seriously. 64. How much words can I put it in? This is a weak decryption key turned into strong. I guess we can do this. It can, one can always type in more stuff. They won't be able to see it entirely. Maybe the decryption key should be like a input type password. It should be actually, no? Right. So that it's never even shown on the screen. I mean, there would be more problems if one can see that, if anyone can see the screen of your vault to begin with. Actually, only when you are kind of generating the wallet, otherwise there is no risk if somebody's around. So you only need to be really alone with no possibility of any camera pointing towards you or being able to look at your screen, away from windows. Cover yourself with a blanket if you must, and then generate the wallet so that the mnemonic that's generated is never has never been seen or possibly seen by a machine or a camera or whatever, or someone having a binoculars or using a telescope to look at your window inside your house or whatever, that kind of paranoid level. And after that, when you're usually operating with it, passphrase is also sensitive, right? So perhaps I can make both of these as input type password. Okay, I think I'll do that for now, unless I find a reason that I shouldn't do this. Okay. Hmm. It just occurred to me, when this program will actually be running on the custom Linux OS on Raspberry Pi, I had this goal that it should be able to, you know, use the device by just using a mouse or the touch screen that's connected to the Raspberry Pi. But the entire UX considered, when all of this is done, let's see, even when this UX is considered, the import process, like even if you are using QR codes to scan the import, the QR code provide the decryption key, you still need to be able to type in the passphrase and the decryption key at this point and at this point. I mean, you can generate without typing anything, note down on a piece of paper. I mean, you have to provide the passphrase here. So I think these are three locations where one has to. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. At this point, at this point, and at this point. So in the entire user flow, a user might be required to use a keyboard thrice. And I guess I can rely on a on-screen keyboard, and they can use a mouse to type this in. But hmm, I mean, can't really have it any other way. It's possible to completely use and interact with the keyboard itself. It's possible, but not many people would be able to do it. Or maybe the kind of people who are, trying to use this are tech savvy enough that they will know how their way around using a keyboard. But it would be ideal if anyone can do it. Hmm. I guess we'll worry about later on, because there's not much that can be done about it. On-screen keyboard sounds like the best option that we have, so that they, even if they don't have a touchscreen option, they can connect a regular cheap USB mouse, click things around, and be done with it. Not, I mean, like, It's a little inconvenient, but provided that you won't be doing it every day, it hardly matters. Using a mouse to click on buttons on an on-screen keyboard only when you have to unlock your vault, which will be only when you have to send money out, is not going to be frequent. And for those it's frequent, uh, they might consider using a keyboard and a mouse both. I guess that's how it will work out. All right. So back to what we were doing. Switch to the password type input for both of these things. Need a button next to this decryption key over here. So let's copy this first and then decrypt. And this will be disabled unless decryption key is empty. Right. Decrypt, and let's reduce the prominence of this button. Okay, it's okay, it's disabled for now. Clicked it and a bunch of errors. Okay, because the decrypt function isn't defined yet, so nothing is being firing, hence the errors. Okay, today I should be calling it decrypt mnemonic here. Let's do that again. Okay, this is disabled. Clicked on it and okay, it works now. Except I want this button on the top and less prominence than these buttons. So let's see. I guess don't need font here, bold here, and what else? Maybe a little less padding. Yep, that looks like a sweet button that's not as big as a primary button. I mean, eventually I'll use a different color for it, but for now this will do. And don't need it on a new line, of course. So for this one, if we get rid of the block here, that should do it. Okay, but then need a break after the label. Or we can use a good old line break. And over here, yeah, that kind of looks all right. So this clicks on decrypt function, right? Let's write that function then. Okay, that's gonna like the actual decryption is not gonna happen on client side because the code for it, the encrypting bit, that code is gonna exist on the backend. I'll write that using Go language. So we'll essentially be posting a request here. So let's copy this over, and this would be decrypt mnemonic, and we'll pass encrypted mnemonic. And I'm again considering whether that's ideal. If we decrypt it, why even have this button when you can simply specify the decryption key here, the passphrase here, click on unlock wallet, and if both of these inputs are right, it goes through. And obviously, if the passphrase cannot be wrong, and if the decryption key is wrong, we would know, because whatever this would decrypt into, those won't be a valid mnemonic. So let's scratch this idea. Uh, this bit here. So this flow, this will happen in one go. I think I'm all right with that. Yeah, let's change it further or back or whatever. Let's kick the decrypt button out, because we'll decrypt and unlock. We'll attempt to do both of the things together in one go. So decryption key comes back like this. Perhaps I should just do undos, so that will revert the CSS changes as well. Gone. Decryption key like this. And upon unlock wallet this time, the unlock wallet of import will support the passing of decryption key. That works out. So don't need this decrypt mnemonic at all. And over here, unlock wallet. This cannot be the same handler as import unlock wallet from generate. Because when you're generating it, you choose the word list, it's automatically generated for you. It's automatically generated for you. This is shown so that you can write it down. You click on proceed, then you have to verify the mnemonics that you have indeed copied them over, and so on. And then you ultimately get to the point where you confirm all the mnemonics and you're taken to the dashboard, where you can click on these accounts and be able to see your extended pub keys, which you can add into the wallet and operate. For the import UI that we're currently working on, I think this unlock wallet, if everything goes through, it will take you to the dashboard as well, and if not, then it will show error on this screen, and then you can try again. Maybe you messed up with your decryption key type, or have you did a mistake when trying to type it in. All right, let's see. Also, one more bit. If I am importing the wallet in a way that I'm not using the encrypted QR, I'm simply gonna type the 24 words in here, specify my passphrase here, which is, why is this not an text password field? I changed it. What? Does UJS not work with input type text? Oh, sorry, input type password. Oh, does you have to use it a password field type and doesn't work simply button type password? What is this? Password field type. What did I just see? Where do I read more about it? Why no page from the Vue.js links to it? Uh, that was something custom that guy was using. Okay, it works here. What? What's going on? It worked on the page load, and then when QR code is scanned, even then it works obviously, yeah. The decryption key is also here. Okay, I guess it was maintaining some cache and it didn't clear on time, and that's why we saw what we saw. So passphrase is still accessible. Decryption key is also accessible. Right, right, okay. Okay. Also, this can be full now. Okay, so if I'm typing it directly, mnemonics here, passphrase here, unlock wallet, be done with it. Good. And if I'm using the scan QR code option, then I scan the QR code, provide the decryption key, and since I have done that now, I need to change the label of it. Kind of want to say decrypt and unlock. And over here, we're not using the scanned functions anymore, right? So we can use one of those. Let's see how. So we don't really need the scanning bit because if I click on scan, my video stream is on. I can still just type the mnemonic in, passphrase, and unlock my wallet that way. Only when the scan has resulted into when the webcam has detected a scan and it has gotten some information like that you will see in console in just a sec. Only when this happens that we know something has been scanned and it is encrypted mnemonic. So then we need decryption. So I think instead of requiring on scanning, we simply require in scanned. This one. Scanning QR. So it's only at two places. We'll get it right from here. And we'll get it from here. So scanned is false by default, and inside of scanned scan event, when that fires, it is flipped to true, which would result in we can use this over here to change its label, and it can simply be called scan if is equal to scanned QR being true, then decrypt and unlock wallet. Or maybe I should have just said unlock wallet and be done with it. I guess so. But now that I've done it, let's see. It's okay. It's unlocked right now. And once I scan, the label should change. Decrypt and unlock wallet. I guess that works too. It's only the label. Unlock wallet is the function that would be fired. It's not clickable right now because mnemonic and passphrases need to be filled out. Oh, so then I gotta change that as well because I did that on the basis, on the assumption that we'll be decrypting it first. And now that we are not decrypting it, we don't want to do that. So in the computed property, we want the encrypted mnemonic or mnemonic. So either of this should be non-empty and then this should be non-empty. Oh, this cannot be non-empty. What if the empty passphrase is a valid passphrase? So can't really do this as well. So it only depends on whether the mnemonic and the encrypted mnemonic is populated. So can't click this, can't click this. If it has something, it's clickable. Okay. Okay, I guess I'm not validating for the... Okay, it did generate a wallet out of it. What did I put in? I don't think I put in anything. Just something here. Okay, right. So as far as cryptography goes, even if you provide a non-valid mnemonic, it will still result into a master node. Like, I mean, you will be able to derive the seed, and using the seed, you will can generate a wallet out of it. It's not just not as per specification, so shouldn't be done. But in order to unlock, we should be validating for valid mnemonics for sure. So let's add that here where we unlock it. Unlock wallet handler, right? We get this here. Okay, I already have a to do here, validate mnemonic. Ensure all the words in the mnemonic is from the actual word list on the BIP39. Yep. We'll also have to detect the word language that's used in the word list, right? Okay. All right, buddy. Coming back to the import. Can close all of this, I believe. Yeah. Can't click it. Can't click it. And as soon as one is there, it goes. Okay. Import. Where were we? We were here. Unlock wallet. Unlockable computed property, which only relies on mnemonic and encrypted mnemonic now. So that's simplified a little bit. I mean, if it's just this, I can simply put it in here. Why even over here? Why even create this? It will simply become mnemonic is not equal to mm, when both are empty, right? Okay, so is equal to empty, and encrypted mnemonic is also is equal to empty. That should do it, and we can get rid of this computer property. Reload. uh, can I prevent you from bugging me on this domain? Mm-hmm. Let's see. Okay, not clickable, not clickable, and as soon as this is filled out, clickable. Cool. So uh, okay, where was I? Okay, we are to send the request back to the backend. Decryption keys here as well, and it will trigger when we scan the QR code, which is then we have encrypted mnemonic filled out. We will provide the decryption key, and passwords can be either empty or whatever, and then decrypted unlock wallet will fire the unlock wallet function here, and at this point I have to pass mnemonic, passphrase, the decryption key if applicable. I mean, the decryption key cannot be empty, right? So if the decryption key is specified, treat the mnemonic as unencrypted, or treat, I mean, yeah, I guess we can do that. No need for a different variable to pass it, or maybe we can. Mnemonic encrypted, or maybe we don't. Mnemonic passphrase, decryption key. We pass these three things, right, to the unlock wallet. Not unlock wallet, because this will only require, or maybe yeah, I can use this, and based on the presence of decryption key or not, I can simply, you know, decrypt this if this is available in the post body, decrypt it and overwrite it, and then simply use mnemonic passphrase as we have been doing. So where is this unlock wallet? Over here, we receive it here, then s dot mnemonic, s dot passphrase, s dot unlock wallet request 128 line. I'll be back. Decryption key string JSON, and this will go by the name of D. MPD. Mumbai Police Department. Okay, back to this function. Let's add that to the log here as dot decryption key. And when that's not specified, then that will be empty. And if that's empty, and if it's non-empty, right, that's when we have to act on it. But first we have to decrypt it. Need to decrypt. That will be on the basis of s.decryption key not is equal to empty. Then we decrypt it. Decrypt it. And for this I'll need two helper functions. Encrypt, decrypt. All right. And I have these functions written in another project, so I'll just copy it from there. But since that's a sensitive project, I'll be switching off my screen for a minute or two. Let's see where the project is. Okay, found it. And then looking for the function that I want. Right. Okay, I can simply copy this file and drop it in there. That's cool. Okay, back here, gonna create a new file along with main.go, new file, crypto.go, and it's essentially cryptography crypto, not cryptocurrency crypto. Paste this code here, which uses the encrypt and decrypt function, and these helper functions. I mean, surely these will need some amendments, right? But these are solid. So at least my encryption and decryption is not vulnerable. Just have to worry about what I'm doing with these here. I'll have to read up on it again and be sure that I know what I'm doing here. Okay, so we can use this encrypt, decrypt, decrypt this function, and don't need the helper functions over here. Then at this point, now that we know that we have to decrypt it, decrypt this, and taking a look at it, accept string, return string. So everything is string. That's good. Decrypt this. Decrypt what? S.mnemonic. Okay, string passphrase. Decrypt this text key derived from this passphrase. Just a byte conversion. String decrypted. Okay. Mnemonic. Passphrase. Oh no, that's the decryption key in this case. Not this passphrase. This is the passphrase for unlocking your wallet itself on the mnemonic, and not the passphrase used for encryption, which is the decryption key here, or you can call it encryption key, whatever. So we decrypted this and this returns, so we receive the value back on s.mnemonic. So that's it, it's decrypted. Oh, that was, I thought I'll have to write a few lines, but I guess it's done in one simple one line. It's simple one line. Okay, validate mnemonic. Still have to do this. Ultimately, this would rely on figuring out the words and guessing for, I mean, like, or I guess I can simply loop through all the word list and scan for it. But does the package, the BIP39 package, have support for validating whether a particular mnemonic, all the words in that particular mnemonic, is from the word list? And if not, then let us know about that. I don't think it does. So we might have to write that to our fork of the package. And I don't think I have like there's any activity on my pull request I sent. Okay, there's a bug with Japanese word separators. Oh, ready? Need to be mindful of that. Yeah, it's still open. But considering these things, I might have to figure out these fixes and merge that in my fork and go YOLO with it. Anyway, so we have to validate the mnemonic here, and let's say the mnemonic is valid for now. Let's keep it as a to-do that I still have to do and see whether all of this makes sense. Reload. Okay, before that, since this is not done, do not have an encrypted QR picture with me that I can possibly use, which would be good to use in this case. And any random QR code can be used to show when the mnemonic turns out to be invalid upon scanning. Right. Hmm. I do want to see what happens when I try to decrypt something that's unencrypted. What does it what does the output look like? Let's try that now. So decrypt a mnemonic, and obviously there won't be these logs. The sensitive information is not being logged anywhere, even though it says here it's only for debug. In the production build of it, the debug will be set to false, and none of these will be leaked out into even into memory anywhere. Okay, let's see. Okay, we are trying to see how does the decrypted mnemonic looks like, right? Okay, let's scan this. Oh, I guess it's tied up to the OBS. That's where it didn't work. Da-da-da. Decryption key 1234. Passphrase can be empty, or I can give pass as passphrase so that I can at least see it. Okay. Malform ciphertext. So it panicked, right? What happened here? Okay, just an error. And the decrypt one. And since that's a fatal error here, that's why the program ended. I mean, only through fatal errors when your program has no means of recovering from that error, and as long as it can recover, never throw a fatal error, because your execution flow gets disrupted, and unless it's like you were trying to connect to the database and the connection didn't happen, and you have no means of continuing with that, as in you can't really have the data that you need to show what's next, then it makes sense to bail out. But other than that, even then, if you know that it's temporarily out or it can recover, what you can do is make the application wait, show an error that's not available, and it will keep on retrying every 15 seconds. That sort of a thing. So make sure you can afford to halt everything and throw a fatal error only when the situation demands it. Okay, so now this is da da da. I guess when if it threw an error, then the decrypted will be nil. Right, nil. This will be nil. This will be nil. String of nil makes no sense. I think that I've got to throw another error. Let's give that one more go. Okay. Oh, it didn't work. Main.co 141 line. Okay, this does not exposes that error. It only logs it, and okay, okay, fine by me. Running it again. Clicking this button. Okay. The decrypted mnemonic is empty. So this seed that was generated is generated out of empty mnemonic and empty passphrase. So I think every single time this will be the same. So this is insecure because it's using no entropy. I copied it. Uh, the mnemonic was already empty. Why is that? Oh, oh, okay. Because right here we sent mnemonic and not encrypted mnemonic. Okay, let's see. Unlock wallet in case this case was only clickable when the mnemonic, when at least one of them were available. So when this dot mnemonic is available, return this dot mnemonic, else this dot encrypted mnemonic. That should do it. Import, scan the QR code, and decryption key 1234, passphrase is pass. Yep, checks out. Now we see. Okay, meant to clear the screen. Now I'm gonna click on it. Okay, message authentication failed, obviously. Got the mnemonic, got the passphrase, got the decrypted key. Form inputs were these. Decrypted mnemonic was empty, and this was what I copied earlier. And since the mnemonic is empty and the passphrase is the same, this will be same. Yep. And if the passphrase was different, then it would be different, but it wouldn't be a match on both fronts. And that's just not it. You can't use that. So should the server be responding in a different way? Yes, I mean, it should not go that far. I mean, when it doesn't have a mnemonic, it should throw an error that, hey dude, I wasn't able to get it. So I'm not gonna try to unlock a wallet out of this. If, let's see. If s dot mnemonic is equal to nil, then use this, move it here. Response dot success is equal to false. Response dot error will be response.error will be what we had here, but that's no point in sending that technical jargon here. You can simply let them know decryption failed because we clearly had the decryption key over here. Right. Bad decryption key. Okay, I guess I'll be doing it like this. No, not even that. Well, this decrypt function, it always returns string, so not a null. Right. Okay, I guess I can simply do it like this. If it's equal to empty, then false, success, error will be this, and write the JSON out. What else do we have here? What was the typical response for this one? unlock wallet. Okay, it will only be a boolean, success or no success. Right, JSON response W. So that ends it. Return. But if okay, don't need this anymore because we know what the mnemonic is like if the error fails. And let's have it outside because even if there was no decryption or the mnemonic was empty for some other reason, this will, stop that as well. And if we manage to pass through this roadblock, then we do the validate mnemonic aspect of it, handle that here. If that fails, again return. And if even that is passed, then generate the wallet it and da da da, handle it accordingly. So I guess we'll have a is valid mnemonic function which will accept mnemonic as string, will return boolean, and it will figure out the language, the word list, and everything inside of it, which we will simply use here. Okay. If is valid mnemonic boolean that it's not. Copy this again. L valid mnemonic. Oh, this is not PHP. Okay, not string. Just go to false. What? Okay, right. What? What? Mismatch types function string. Oh, right, just a function. Seriously? Okay, not enough arguments. Need to pass it the data that it needs to work on. Okay. So we simply say validate mnemonic, and all the validation will happen here, and then this should be done. Let's figure out this code then. I guess I'm only gonna support 24 words mnemonic for now, and then later on reevaluate the entire code base to see what it's gonna take to support the migration from a 12-word mnemonic. I mean that will be handled separately. If you are trying to import a 12-word mnemonic, my recommendation would be to use a 24-word mnemonic. So in a way, that will have to move all of your funds from that wallet to this new wallet. So when you're doing that, you are obviously already have an existing wallet where you generated that 12-word wallet, right? So you can simply move all of your funds, like you create a 24-word mnemonic using this wallet in Vault, use your old wallet to send all of your money to to a new address under this new wallet, right? So you can simply move your funds that way. And if you have a 12-word mnemonic and you don't have a existing wallet and you want to use this wallet, that's something I would say a little of an edge case that isn't enough of a very high priority for me to do it right now. Eventually, for sure, I want to do it, but not right now. Because it's not that straightforward either, because it kind of requires um, generating multiple accounts, multiple addresses under those accounts, scan the entire, you know, scan a bunch of addresses under whatever BIP it follows, 32, 44, whatever. Like it gets complicated real fast. And then, you know, ask them to provide a recipient address. Then all of those funds will have to be moved on. And since we are checking the funds, the balance of these addresses, this cannot happen on the Vault side of its own, because Vault doesn't know about balances. It only knows about accounts and addresses. So that has to be done on a level where, like, the Vault cannot do it, and then I don't want to handle that in the wallet side either, because I want to keep it completely off target, that it does not have any sensitive information. So even if you're trying to attack it, hack it, or whatever, you have nothing to gain out of it. But how do we address the needs of those users? Good question, actually. I guess it can be a service of its own, separated from this service, completely residing on a different server and everything. And that does it for you. But that's not a trustless system. You would be trusting that system to not be malicious, be it me or any other third party. But if you already have a hardware wallet you're using, you are already kind of trusting it in a way. You have trusted it so far, so trust it for, I mean, if anything, any theft of the funds was supposed to happen, it would have happened by now. So just simply move your funds out of it. Okay, valid mnemonic. So when we have the strings, first we have to break it into words based on the space, right? And as we just saw in the GitHub, that space doesn't work for Japanese word list, so let's call it separator and split those big string into words. Go language, string split space. Form.fields is, what is the function called? Strings.fields, yes. So I would say mnemonic, I'll go with M here. Mnemonic strings.field, mnemonic, or actually I'll receive it in M and then work with mnemonic. Once I have that, I can check the length of it, right? Length of mnemonic should be exactly equal to 24. So if it's not equal to 24, return false. And if it's 24, figure out the word list it belongs to. then match each word to exist in that word list. Yeah, these two steps. Okay, now comes the aspect of we trying to word list English. Essentially, this is an array, right? I mean, I guess I can loop through the word list and just do check, kind of in array checks. But I want to see whether there is an abstraction that's already doing this. Okay, that's handy. Don't need to even loop through the word list. It's a reverse map. So simply put the word in and check the index. And if it's between 0 to 2048, that's fine. If not, then boom, we don't have it. Or maybe just check for existence of the key. Error invalid mnemonic. Get word index. Right. This is what I need. New mnemonic. Mnemonic to byte array. Okay, this is exactly the function I'm trying to build. So entropy from mnemonic. So what? It tries to derive entropy from mnemonic, and I think it checks internally was something. So it says split mnemonic words, mnemonic slice is valid. If okay, so everything that I need is happening right here. String dot fields, length, number of words should be 12, 15, 18, 20, 24. Okay. So not that stringent of a check that I need, but I guess I can have this additional check here and then call that function to do its job. So that way, if it's not 24, then I bail out because I'm not handling less than 24 mnemonic as of now. Hmm. Okay. Why not support the 12 words mnemonic right away? Because my thinking is, if they already had the mnemonic generated, they might have generated using a way that was not completely secure, as in the random number generator attack. So when I don't support these 12, 15, 18, 21, whatever words wallet, then I kind of force the user to migrate and generate a new mnemonic for them, which will be secured, provided that like there's an education curve that I have to force upon the user here for their safety, for their security, for security of their funds. Mm, and that way I can have them, I mean, hmm. anyone who will be ditching their existing hardware wallet to use this wallet will obviously be generating their mnemonic again. So they will have to go through that process of moving all the funds over. So yeah, I guess it makes no sense to support anything but the mnemonic that's generated from this wallet itself, because we are safeguarding you you people against the random number generator attack. So What do we gotta do? Okay, check for this mnemonic here like this, right? And then explicitly check for 24 words length mnemonic. Was BIP39 package accepts 12, 12, 15, 18, 21, 12, 15, 18, 21 word lengths mnemonic as well, and we are only accepting 24 words, hopefully generated properly. The system like ours, rather than being a victim of random generator attack in the future. This is the worst attack that can happen, because if I was a malicious hardware wallet vendor, the company itself, or maybe I wasn't, right? The whatever way I use to generate the entropy, if that's not secure enough, or maybe that limits the generation of the private key to a smaller space of uh, what's possible for the range of valid private keys, then that kind of makes it easy for anyone to brute force and brute force all the combinations that can be generated and simply extract all the funds out of it. It will not be very, very, very computationally expensive for them to do it, and that's ultimately what the Bitcoin security relies on, because it will be so much ridiculously inexpensive, like expensive to brute force the range of all the private keys that are possible. Otherwise, you simply guess a number, you hit a lucky private key, you unlock all the funds in it. It's really that simple. But the whole idea is thus the entire range of valid private keys is so huge that even if you wanted to check for each one of them and you're processing billions of them in one go, it will still take you years and years and years and years to do it. So kind of you get security out of that in that way. But it's very possible that you generate a wallet right now, and one of the address that's generated under your account, or you generate a non-HD simple Bitcoin address, a private public, a private key run just directly and not using an SD wallet, not deterministically. And you might there is a very, 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 very slight chance that you will generate an address that already has funds in it. What if it's one of the addresses that belongs to Satoshi Nakamoto? You will literally unlock billions of dollars. There's a chance for that. It's like a lottery. But the entire security relies on the probability of that happening is so small that it that there is higher probability that the Earth will get hit by an asteroid right in the next 3 seconds and everything goes to. But that shit isn't happening. The probability is very low. So you being lucky like that has even less of a probability. Okay. Now we use the. Okay. Where was this function used? Entropy from mnemonic. What does it do? It split mnemonics. Checks this. Valid tika range. So this one only checks for what? The length of the words, right? And takes a mnemonic generated by this library and returns input entropy used to generate the given mnemonic. What are you trying to do by generating entropy from it? Decode the words into a big int. Okay. Okay, using the word map here. But where did you figure out the word list? I think they did not figure out the word list, and that's something I'll have to do. Otherwise, how did you populate this? They should be looping over all the word lists that are in there. Boo-hoo. Are present in the word list. Doesn't say which word list. So uh, one needs to call this out multiple times, looping over each word list we have. Ta-da! Ta-da! All right, I guess that's how we're gonna do it. BIP49 is mnemonic valid. It accepts string mnemonic. It returns boolean. Okay. All right, all right, all right. To do. Ensure this check works for all languages. We check for mnemonic here. We receive the value in mnemonic, and if it is false, then we simply return false. And this has to be done for each of the word lists. I mean, there are two ways of doing it. I set the word list one by one using this function. We have data9 dot set word list here. Oh, okay, set word list, and like this, and then it checks for this word list that I've specified here. Okay, it needs to be a string, so this will take m. The one we got here. So perhaps we switch it up. This is mnemonic, this is mnemonic, and our own check is simple m. And I loop over all the word lists one by one and run all of these on them, and yeah, just do it like that. Or I have the words in it and I simply look inside of it. I mean, I don't see anyone being efficient than the other by a big margin of the right away. I mean, like, I don't see that, because even if you're setting word list, what that does is that's already global, accessible. Put it here, generates a map here. It's accessing the entire array anyway, and if I'm doing it, and if the language isn't a match, it will do it anyway. So no point in doing that. I guess we simply do this and replicate this for different languages. Just don't want to duplicate it like this. Do we have a way of knowing how many word lists do we have? I don't think we do. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go take a snack break and be back. And I'm back. Oh, okay. You guys can see me now. So, we are working on the validation function for mnemonic. Why is this modified? Okay. Let's see. The wordless package already has all of those defined, so that will already be taking the memory. And I guess this is cleaner code that you set a word list, you check for the valid mnemonic. Other than what I can do is set the word list, right? Then get the word index and just use the very first word from the mnemonic. And when, because there can be words that are common across word lists. uh, I mean, okay, we don't have to worry about that. We simply get the word index for just the very first word of the mnemonic, and whenever we get a word, like the index, based on whether the word is in that list or not, based on that we can infer what the word list needs to be set to, and then we can set it, and then we can check for mnemonic valid. But that's a little extra logic code in there, and it would be just simpler if we do it like this. So I think I'll just resort to doing it like this. Just need to list all the languages here. So language is not valid and false. Okay, that's not good, because if this mnemonic is not valid here in this case, then it can be in another language where it will be valid. So this check needs to be modified to, if this is valid, then return true, otherwise keep on going forward. That's a better check. So let's duplicate that. I think we have 8 9 languages. Let's see if we can pull them up here. 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 9, yes. 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Then English, Spanish, Italian, French, Czech, Japanese, Chinese simplified, Chinese traditional. What is remaining? Korean. So this way we set the word list one by one, and because this kind of sets the word list for the uh, in the entire scope of this package. Wanna quickly see that we are not polluting the word list for some other functions context. So let's see, where are we actually using this? We are using this to okay, that's a custom function. Okay, back to we were looking for. Let's go to the first occurrence first. Ignore. Set word list is setting it. That's fine. new entropy, new mnemonic. And before this is called, we already set the word list here, right here. So this checks out. Then the next is inside of generate wallet, and that one doesn't rely on that. That would be relying on it, I guess. We'll come back to 255. Let's check for other occurrences. Okay, then it's our functions only. So 255 is the only function that we gotta check. Inside the new seed function, mnemonic plus da da da. I guess it doesn't. Thought it would. Okay. Only if you're converting mnemonic into entropy, then the word list will, no, not even in entropy, but maybe entropy. But in order to expand it using this key function, which I think what it is, this one is simply, it's not even that package anymore, so we're good. This is fine. And if none of the languages match, we return false, and then over here we can say it set the word list to each language one by one and check for validity. This tutorial is sort of done, the only this tutorial is left, which is fine for now. And then generate wallet, can close it. Okay. Let's try running it. Okay. It should now return an error that the okay, while importing this didn't work out. So we do this, we click on scan QR code, the camera gets binded. Now we show the QR code to it. It reads it. We provide the decryption key as 1234, passphrase as pass. We have the values here. And then we gotta see what the output here is. Decrypt and unlock. Okay. That should have thrown an error. It did not. Okay. Let's see what happened here. The what's this? This is the okay. The data is simply true. Okay. So it returned the mnemonic is valid. How can that be? Unlock wallet handler. Let's see what the logs were. Hello unlock wallet. Mnemonic. Passphrase. Decryption key. Cipher message authentication failed, obviously. Decrypted mnemonic is empty. So then how did it proceed? Wait a second, where is that even error line? Oh wow, it's not even here. So I think we are this is Windows subsystem for Linux causing this issue. It did not even compile the latest version of main.go. So I'm gonna, oh, I think it's my fault. I did not restarted the server. It's not WSL this time, but many times it is. So don't blame me for blaming WSL. Okay, back to import wallet, scan QR code. Got it. Decryption key 1234. Passphrase is pass. Okay, decrypt. Cipher message authentication failed. So why did it went to dashboard this time? Okay, success was false. I guess I didn't handle it in on the JavaScript side. Then this, catch this. If this, if response dot data dot success is true, and this is the JavaScript, I'll have to use it like this. Then you can do these things here. But if not, then what? We'll simply show an alert for now, and the error will be response dot data dot error. Yep. So with the success, we clear this, and we also clear this decryption key. So mnemonic passphrase decryption key. Even the encrypted mnemonic should be wiped out, even though it's not sensitive in nature. Let's still clear it. Okay, clear it, clear it, clear it, clear it. Scan QR, that becomes true, but then it doesn't really matter afterwards. Okay, the scanner does get destroyed. Okay, it's an object right now. If I go to home and come back to import screen, the scanner is gone, but scanner instance wasn't destroyed because I can still see my webcam light is still lit up, is still turned on. Okay. Okay, let's try to run it one more time. This will throw an error, and then we can move to the point where we actually generate this encrypted QR code for the user, and we'll be able to test this with a valid encrypted mnemonic. Decryption key, da da da, passphrase, bad decryption key. All right, sweet. Okay, so in order to tell whether the decryption key is bad, I don't even need to check for, like, it's still possible. It's possible to check whether the decryption key is valid or not, which kinda makes. I mean, if this would have resulted in it into an output that's not the original output, it would be much ideal because it won't be possible to brute force it anymore. Using this, if I have a file that's offline, like I have this encrypted piece of information and I want to crack it, and if the decryption algorithm can itself tell me whether the key is good or bad, I can just start brute forcing over it and simply check whether the decryption key is bad or good and keep on doing until I find the good one. But if the decryption process kind of worked like that, it decrypts it irrespective of what the decryption key you provide, and the property kind of behaves in a way that only if the decryption key is the one that was used to encrypt it, only then it will result into the original input that was provided to it. Otherwise it will result into something else. So it kind of makes it hard to know whether it was the original input or not. So kind of makes it harder in sense of security of things. Okay, anyway, moving on. Let's see, we go back to this. So now scanning QR code is functional. Let's change the color for it. We are able to decrypt it. Mnemonic phrase, passphrase, wallet ready. So this manual generation mechanism of the keys is remaining, and then now we'll work on this one. That once the wallet is ready, you can generate encrypted QR code for your mnemonic by providing an encrypted key. I guess this steps come before this one. Right. So this happens when the wallet is ready, which allows us to have a simplified UX, that we're not all giving them more and more options to deal with while they're trying to do uh, the simplest of things with the wallet, like generation or the import. And once they're on the dashboard, right, then we can give them the option of encrypting the mnemonic with a key and showing a QR code for it that they can take a picture of and be done with it. So dashboard, home. Do I add it as a menu link over here? I guess I can. Let's do that. I wonder, is there a standard for exporting, like if any other wallet is even allowing for export of the mnemonic or passphrase in any other way other than the usual ways. I don't think they do. Anyway, it's only for the convenience of the vault app, so that when you boot up the wallet, instead of having to type your mnemonic in, you can simply scan your QR code and simply go to the dashboard that quick. Otherwise it has no significance in terms of maintaining a backup or not. I mean, you can maintain a backup and it will be used by this system to import it, or any other system to just decode it and use wherever. Okay, let's go. We will find the header template here. My header, where is it though? Let's It's not here. Is it here? It is. It is. I think. No, it's not here. It's here only. Header template. Over here we have this. Let's duplicate this and have an export screen, which will for which I'll add an export component now. Generate, import, dashboard. Let's just use this one. Export, export. Export template. Encryption key. Generate QR. And we'll try to, we'll have to use the post here. Okay. Export is defined. Need to add the export template now. Let's go to the index.html. Export, export template. Okay, let's first ensure that we are able to get here. We are not. Okay, we have not added it to the routes. Yes. Okay, it works now. Over here, we need a message first. Encrypt your mnemonic phrase, 24 words, with an encryption key, and generate a QR code for ease of use every time you use Vault to quickly restore your wallet without having to type in your mnemonic. Okay, and then here we want an input field and encryption key. Encryption key here, we'll use that password over here. All right, and then a button here which we will encrypt and generate QR. Okay, let's see how it looks. Can use a little bit of margin here. Let's attach. Oh, the model is already attached. Let's take a look here. Encryption keys get added here. This function is fired. Now we'll add the backend handler for it. Still have to send the data. We pass the encryption key in E. Okay, let's come here. Generate mnemonic, fetch random words, unlock wallet. Get Bitcoin account. Okay. Since this uses post, let's simply duplicate this. So we'll have less things to modify. And what do I have in copy? Okay, the name. All right. In here, we handle cores first. We read the body for post variables and unlock wallet request. We need to unmarshal it, so that's understandable. But for this, do we need anything? Right, we'll come back to type generate encrypted QR. I only have the encryption key. Copy this. Let's go to the date line we were on. Let's unmarshal this into this variable so that we receive as encryption key, and then generic API response won't work here because we need a specific response. Type generating mnemonic QR API response. What this will look like? It will look like, let's copy it from above. Can I simply move it if I try to drag it? I can. That's good. So success, error, and if the QR is generated, then the path for it, which will be string as well. Okay, let's copy this, go to where we were. We'll catch the response in this. Need to encrypt it for sure, but first of all we need to check whether do we have an active wallet, active unlocked wallet. Gotta check for that, and if that's not the case, then return the error. So when we run unlock wallet, what we essentially do is generate the wallet using the mnemonic and the passphrase, and this leads to master node. Okay, I think we are maintaining the master key. Yeah, that's what we are doing here. So as long as we have a valid master key, we have an unlocked wallet, because inside of generate wallet, no error is happening here. It's only after generating the wallet and all the error checking has been covered, so this is good. And then it's simply used over here, so that's good as well. So I think this is the error that's thrown when the wallet state is not always running right. It is. So when we try to directly go to the dashboard and click on this, it doesn't have the wallet restored, and that's when this happens. The provided serialized extended key length is invalid, which must be happening at this line. The provided serialized length is invalid, right? Yes. Okay. So an error does happen, but this doesn't really account for it, and this is exactly this function. So if we return the error at this point, if master key is empty, it's a string, right? String, yes. If master key is equal to empty, then if master key is equal to empty, return error. But we first must create an error. And how do we do that? I think by simply doing it like this. Master key is missing. Unlock wallet first. And unexpected error. Why can't I do this? New language, create new error. Oh, errors.new. Errors.new. This checks out. Error string should not be capitalized or end with punctuation. Alright. Unlock wallet first. So now, okay, more errors than I was ready to handle at this point, but let's see. 211. Right. So now let's just write the code for this as well and then see. At this point, we must have the master key. So let's just copy it over from there. Okay, this creates an error, but this does not return an error, so we need to return right away. Now coming back to this function, generate encrypted da da da. Ensure wallet is unlocked before trying to work with it, no matter what the input is. And if all of that is done, then we receive the response here. Now we do know. Oh, we're trying to get back to the mnemonic and passphrase from this master key, which we do not even have at this point. So what do? Either we derive it back from the master key, which I don't think is possible, or we keep a copy of that as well along with the master key. And if we are doing that, then we don't need to keep a copy of master key. We'll just derive the wallet from that point, from the mnemonic and passphrase every single time. Hmm, interesting. What's the function of generate wallet? New seed. This is converted into a seed and then new master from it. So definitely not possible to go back to the mnemonic. Hmm. I think what we do is, let's see where all the master key was used. In generate wallet, in generating the account xpub, and in the function that we were just writing. Okay, so let's quickly save the state before we are again going to make a lot of changes. That might break something and we might want to revert. So just create a checkpoint for ourselves, for myself, basically. Okay, instead of master key, we will now be storing the mnemonic and the passphrase. But instead of the master key now, we will need an I'm thinking when the vault boots up, it generates a random encryption key for itself. And when it's trying to store the mnemonic and passphrase, it encrypts that and store the encrypted form here. And I use helper functions to access them, which will automatically decrypt them using this decryption key. And since this is different for every single time, it's not just that straightforward of a thing to get the value out of. I mean, I don't know how easy or difficult the work is when you're trying to scan for memory like that. I think you must have administrative privileges at least. Otherwise, the OS shouldn't even let you do that. Okay, but in any case, storing like that and keeping them in an encrypted fashion in memory is not worse than storing them in plain text in memory. So, gonna do it anyway. Where global encryption key, right? And then don't have an init function, which is what I will use to generate that global encryption key, which will be golang generate encryption key. While at it, why not use 64 bytes? Pretty sure using crypto rand already. Okay, we are not. It didn't have the package on its own. Okay, it's trying to access math-rand. I need crypto rand, so gonna have to add it this time. Actually, want to call this one. Call this ramen and math rand. Okay, just this instance, somewhere as well. Okay, just this. Okay, I'll call this math rand and this one as it is. So this one points to crypto rand and okay, where did that one go? Wow. Okay, this one. This becomes math rand. Math rand. Okay, cool. So we now generate a random key. Can an error actually happen here in this? Okay, back. Let's see. If this fails, we should fail. Short buffer. When no more input is available. Okay. Don't think that's gonna fail ever, but log fatal error. Oh, I guess so. I used one of his packages once. Yeah, it's this one, I think. Yep. I think it might be a good idea to read through some of this stuff and figure out how I should be encrypting it into the memory. It's gonna add a to-do here for now. Generate encryption key for this session. Generated in init, and then mnemonic and passphrase is what we will unlock wallet handler. At this point, what we will do is before even that, unlock wallet request. Okay, inside of this, when a wallet is actually generated, master key is undefined. So this is sensitive, this is sensitive. Seed is used here. Master node is generated here. this point, seed can be and should be zeroed out. But when it's a area of byte, slice of byte, golang clear slice of byte. Setting the slice to nil is the best way to clear a slice. Nil slices in Go are perfectly well behaved, and setting the slice to nil will release the underlying memory to the garbage collector. Okay, the first zero it out, like override zeros over the existing values, and then mark it as done so that the memory can be collected by the garbage collector. I think that's what I will do. Since this isn't exported, I cannot use it like directly. So seed. Um, so we zero out the slice, and then we set it to nil. Clear seed from memory. Still holding on to mnemonic and passphrase. And once the master node is generated, uh, okay, when this is generated, we clear it out, clear from memory. Okay, this takes care of it as well. Good. So where was this generate wallet function called? In the unlock wallet handler, and Hmm. Wait, this needs to be changed. Need to decrypt. What? Okay, I think I was still modifying this below this point. That's why. Generate order is called here. Defined here. So I think it's only call it two different places. This one is unlocking it, where we do receive the mnemonic and passphrase and decryption key. It's only shown debug, so that's fine. But this needs to be cleared out for sure. The body as well. Is it byte? Yeah, array of bytes. So once this is unmarshaled, clear body, which will be calling 0 over this, and then setting body to null. Now we have the sensitive information in S, which this only gets shown in debug. That's fine. Need to decrypt. Okay, need to decrypt mnemonic. So if key is specified, then we decrypt it and override this, which is fine. If mnemonic is empty, the decryption had a problem with it, then all of this is false. And return it. If this is the bad decryption key, then obviously nothing good was in there. Or maybe mnemonic was wrong. Passphrase was right. Okay. So if mnemonic, let's clear it anyway. All of these are string. Yes, string. So mnemonic is obviously empty here. And the decryption key was bad. So the only thing that we can clear is at this point, if is a valid, we pass it to this function. The mnemonic is bad, maybe the passphrase is still good. Yeah, I mean either it's invalid, and if it was bad is okay. Then we get to this point, we generate the wallet, and at this point we know it's good or bad. And whatever the case may be, we need to clear everything here. So s dot mnemonic is equal to empty, clear. S dot passphrase is equal to empty, s dot encryption key is equal to empty. Then write the JSON and be done with it. So that's that. I mean, I'll revisit the entire code base for a different pass at which I'll verify that indeed the sensitive information is handled correctly or not. So it's not really a matter of covering all of it in one go right now. I simply did what I saw, and then later on I'll fix that if there are any more instances left. Let's get back on the function that we were on. So now that we're storing mnemonic and passphrase, before we work on this function, what else might have broke because of that? Bitcoin account handler. Okay, so this probably relies on the account. It relies on this function, which relies on the master key. So if I make a change over here, that should be good. I don't know. Function get decrypt it and then return. For now, we are simply returning from the global. Get passphrase and get this function can be turned into returning the master key instead of this one, which can be used here. Where else is this used? Uh, Unlock wallet handler. Okay. This is the one that I'm trying to do. Okay, that's convenient. So this only unlocks the wallet, right? So at what point does that global get saved? Must be this. So we don't worry, care about the master key here. We generate the mnemonic, we generate the passphrase. Before clearing them, we save them using the function save mnemonic. For now, it will be simply this. Let's pass by reference here so that we don't have to worry about clearing them here. And then later on, once this is saved, encrypted and saved, this can be cleared out. Okay, So where was this called? Nowhere, nowhere. I'll go get some water. Hang on. I'm back. Okay, so we was saving the mnemonic and passphrase here. All right. Okay, we added the. We're now passing the values by reference, and since we are not have them anywhere, we have to save it here. So save mnemonic, and I pass the value of s mnemonic. Save passphrase. Pass the value. Like, do they even need to be two different functions? Is what I'm wondering now. I guess I'll make them. Well, generating them makes sense. I'll most likely be using this instead of directly using it this. Except this one time where the QR generation needs to happen. So save MP. That's done. This gets cleared out. It's saved. And this function is supposed to encrypt and do all of these things. When I'll do it when I get to it. Okay. Back to the save function. Definition of generate wallet. It needs to return the master key, which will be a string. and this one here. And before this node, entire node is cleared out, this master key needs to be cleared out as well. So how about not even save it here? Master key, then master key is returned over here. Hmm, that's interesting. How am I supposed to clear it after using it if the return is already there? Can't clear this variable before this, so I'll have to rely on master node.string, and since this zeroing is happen after differ, that's good. Oh, I can use differ to clear this, right? But this is a string, so this can be empty. Right, I think I can simply do differ master key is equal to 0, clear. Okay, expression where must the function call, right? Does Go language have anonymous functions? Hmm, okay. What about the scope though? Let's Google for this error and see what people have to suggest. Or I think it's simply easier if the master key, I mean, either you specify it, the variables you're returning or not. When you don't, and when they're specified, when they are named variables like this, it will simply look for that value. At this point of return, we do have error initialized with this, whatever value this is, so that will return, and this isn't, so this will be nil. At this point, I don't want to have this, and I know master node.0 get clear will clear out after this function ends. So what if instead of doing this, I return it like this? Master key, return master key. Simple. That works out. So now, right, this looks good. So when this string is returned, this is zeroed out and it works out. Now the third instance of this is where over here, which is a work in progress, so I'll come to it now. Generate encrypted mnemonic QR handler. So at this point, I want to ensure the wallet is unlocked. The wallet will be unlocked, and that will have to mean that. What does that mean? 2222. Let's come back to this line in a second. So I have these, right? And I have to use the get mnemonic and get passphrase function. Get mnemonic. So this returns mnemonic. I mean, right now it's simply accessing the global variable that I have, but later on it will access the global decryption key, will decrypt it from a global variable and return that. So when that is returned, what happens then? It returns the scope of this variable was till here only, or perhaps I can hmm, interesting problem. I guess with the ability to clear it out, that's quite good. And what if instead of keeping three things like this here, I use a struct for sensitive information? I guess I can keep on doing improvements, but for now let's get the job done, and then I'll handle that in refactoring, because I'm pretty sure since everything that I have is all in a single file, some in the second file, but then this needs to be refactored hard. So I'll handle at that point, and then what I will try to do is create a struct custom type and then assign a function kind of like 0 to it, which I'm able to call upon by just deferring to it. That should work out. Okay, let's handle this. Get mnemonic, get passphrase. Now we have the mnemonic and the passphrase, and I actually don't need to do that. I was talking about this function get master key, which will call these instead and generate the master key from these by calling this function. Generate wallet MP. It returns the master key and the error. So when this function is actually being called, we know that it's already functional. There was no error with these because it's not be called in the general context. So we can simply ignore return. That's not gonna work. We'll need to create a variable, which kind of sucks. I mean, I'll get the master key here. I'll ignore the error here, right? And then I'll return the master key, but I wasn't able to clear it. Oh well, I guess it will require some refactoring and some different sort of architecture to be able to do this that I don't see or understand right now clearly. Okay, I think it will start making sense because since now I've not been using custom structs extensively, I only use them here and there. But when everything is then together in a single struct and methods are defined on that struct, I think it will be much more manageable, because that's a little bit like oops, concept of oops. So we'll get there and we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, so where were we? We were here. Okay, we are trying to ensure the wallet is unlocked. Right. Because we are trying to access the mnemonic, then we want to encrypt it with the encryption key that's received by the from the user side. This one. Yeah, that can be function. Creating functions on the fly. I don't know how high I can. Okay, that I couldn't make that rhyme. Sorry about that. Get mnemonic, get fastest, get master key is wallet unlocked. I mean, I now see the sense of it. Um, Building functions around a certain entity, which is the state of the wallet. So having limbs attached to that function will kind of make it behave naturally. Is wallet unlocked. What it will do is ensure get mnemonic is not empty and get pass phrase is not empty. When both are not empty, the wallet is, I mean, the passphrase can be empty. Jesus Christ. So it's simply a matter of mnemonic being non-empty. That's it. Hmm. Is wallet unlocked? At least we can use this here now. Ensure wallet is unlocked. If it's unlocked, need to unlock the wallet first. Earlier the error told me to not to use punctuation and capital letters, but okay, this is all small case, all small case. I guess I must have mistaken. All the errors that I'm seeing here are small case only. Anyway, is wallet not unlocked? Then we have an error, but we also need the type for this. So let's move that up. And okay, this happens when the wallet is not unlocked. So response dot success is equal to false, and response dot error is this. Why is okay? This needs to be a function. That's why. So what? It is not returning the value. Oh, it's not boolean. Now what's the problem with this one? Cannot use errors.new as type string. Oh well. Or could I have done it in just one line here? Well, I guess that works too. Does that work? Do I have the error handling here? No, I don't. But I can check the console.log, so that's fine. Reloading. Restarting. Okay, it's too many errors because of all my modifications. I can't even run the server now. But let's see. Okay, let's finish this function first and then worry about everything else. Ensure the wallet is unlocked. Done. Read the encryption key that the user threw at us, and then do we need to decrypt? What are we trying to decrypt? No, this won't be doing this. Is simply use get mnemonic to get the mnemonic, and then bad decryption key. What is this? Generate encrypted mnemonic QR handler. Right. So why are we trying to do all of this here? Is it because okay? It's because of this we copied over the above method, so that's why we have all of this copy here. So this makes no sense. Now we simply need to generate encrypt this mnemonic and with the decryption with the key that the user provided, right? So 249, let's come back to it in a second. um, this is not even used anywhere, but will be. Save mp. Hmm. This handles the global session encryption key with, right? And then we need a custom function for we'll have to use it like this. Then we were at line 249. So we have the mnemonic with us here. Now we need to encrypt this mnemonic. So I even get this in a value here. Let's directly use that and use the encryption key provided by the user. So this gets encrypted and it should return it, right, and get this in encrypted. Now let's simply now we have to generate a QR code for it, for which we can use this. For now I'll use this directory only, because otherwise We can, otherwise it won't load on the Nginx side because right now it's configured to work with Nginx and not configured to work via Go language where it can change the underlying URLs on the fly. So let's just copy this over, put it here. We can have the file name encryption as export underscore this is already encrypted. Okay, let's use timestamp. Now .unix, and it will complain about converting integer into string, I'm sure. Okay, undefined now. Time dot now. Okay, has to use it like this. Time dot now dot unix. Cannot convert type to in64, right? So string to in64 colon string to int hit UI. It will complain about not catching the error now. To parse a decimal string into an int. Here it's an int. I need to convert it to string. I am always get confused by this. Into a decimal string. This is what I want. I do screw everything. Wait. Still an error. What the hell? Okay, now it's complaining about N64. We'll have to use this now. Format int 10 base 64 bit. Oh, not even that. Okay. Now it's fine with it. Okay. Okay. This is the encrypted bit. And medium is fine. 256 size is fine. Static QR file name is fine. Shouldn't throw any error now. Okay, good. Now we have written the file over here. QR code is provided like this now. So response of success is true. Response.qr code is this. Success error QR code. Okay, error only here. I guess that's it. Are there any more errors or does it compile now? 368. Let's see. Return master node dot string. That's fine by you. 373. Ensure wallet is unlocked. Okay. If is wallet unlocked, then what? Need to define the error on the top actually. Like these packages, they define it like this. Gonna do it. Gonna do it how the big guys do it. Where error wallet missing. Wallet not restored actually. Let's call it that. Which will be errors.new and then the string message. And that's not being restored into vault. And it wants to throw an error. Cannot refer to unexported name errors.new. Oh, then needs to be capital. It will say it's not used. Should have a comment or be unexported. Yeah, hang on. So how are these errors used actually? So just use it like this. Perfect. So is wallet unlocked. This can simply become this. Oh, come on. As type string. Okay, right, that makes sense. If we're simply returning that, we can use it, but since we are encoding that into JSON, it needs a string, so we'll explicitly call this function. Where else is this used? Return. Will you compile now? Great. Let's go to home. Let's go to dashboard and see what the error throws. What error does it throw right now? Great. Success false. Error. Wallet has not been restored into vault. Great. Like it. Okay. If I go to export and try to do something with this, it says nothing. Why, man? Why? Why you gotta do me like this? Mm, export. This is that file. Check for cause. Catch the response. Okay. Did not write it out. That was the issue. Write JSON's response W. Should work now. Great. Oh, great. I say great. Generate will lead to restoring or creating the wallet. So if we generate it, we get this, we get that. Okay, plus don't want to do this. Actually, let's import and I'll copy over this mnemonic. And this will be our test mnemonic from now on. Saving it here. Restoring, importing, provided the mnemonic. Passphrase is pass me now. You can see it here. Unlock wallet. It says okay. And the data says, what does the data say? Success true. So that's done. Now if I click on this, it's giving me extended pub keys, which is good. Now I want to go to export. I want to be able to export it, right? So encryption key, let's use my name hash frame. Encrypt and generate QR code. Okay, it did give me this. I just don't have it showing up on the page anywhere. When I open this, nice. It is something. So I'm gonna take a picture of it. Great. Okay. Let's add for this to show the QR code here. Uh, shoulders. My shoulders have stiffened up, quite stiff. Um, what was it doing again? Okay, adding the code for it to display the export, right? So over here, response.data.qr code. Response.data.qr code. In the X220, in the extended pub section, how is this QR? Okay, it's simply tied up to the QR variable and that gets rendered on the page, I suppose. Right. Test.qr. There you go. And the dashboard template. Where are you? Over here. Copy this and show this here. Margin top 10. Then that should be it. Reload. Encryption key hash frame. Boom. Just gonna quickly check it's the exact same one or not. I took another picture anyway. Let's see if we can restore this after. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, now the wallet is running. If I try to export it, it will tell me that wallet has not been restored. Good. Now, if I go to import, I want to use the scan QR code to import it. What is it gonna be? And the passphrase was pass me now, right? So let's turn off the QR webcam from the OBS and use it on the web page. Reload, scan QR code, and I will show them this. Okay, that's an encrypted mnemonic. Supposed to look like that. Decryption key would be hash frame, and passphrase would be pass me now. Click on this. It says, oh man, where did I fuck up? It says bad decryption key. Pretty sure it's how I'm showing that in the input field. But like in any case, when I scanned it, what happened there? It always stayed in the variable, right? It wasn't converted into the string to put into an input field or then read back from it. None of that shit happened here. So what exactly went wrong here? Export. Okay, this is the import. Here we are. When we scan it, scan content was put into this model. And I did open that URL, right? So let me, okay. This was original, this was the original QR code that was generated. Maybe there's a difference. Maybe I'll try to scan it again using that one and see if I can still get the same result. So this was the first picture I took of it. Okay, it took it. Decryption key hash frame, passphrase, pass me now, decrypt, and bad decryption key. So something isn't right. But what is it? I think it might be how this data is. Okay, core language, store encrypted data in string. It will ask me to encode it. Okay, that doesn't tell me much. Okay, inside of encrypt this, it does convert it into the string. So, and it's not like these functions don't work, they do work in the other project. Hmm. See how this is different? It is getting converted, and that's why this is disregarded, and it's kind of becomes like an let's do on this thing. Let's try to put that into the log file, right? And compare the one that we generate before encoding into QR and compare the one that we receive from the QR code before the actual decryption. Let's just make sure that those at least match, only then it will work. So encrypted is this. This is the encrypted value. If debug log.printf. You see how this has so many spaces? This is this. Then in the where's that function? Hmm, which function? I'm tired, honestly, at this point. Need to take a break. Hmm, this is the generate encrypted mnemonic QR handle. This is when we're generating it, and then when trying to import it. Where is that? Where is the import handler? About import is essentially unlocking it, right? So you're decrypting it here, and this mnemonic is supposed to be encrypted. right? So at this point, if debug is dot mnemonic, let's see what happens now. And for the sake of simplicity, we will not use passphrase this time. Let's go without it. Generate wallet, word list English, generate automatically. This is the mnemonic we'll be playing with. Proceed. Okay. Import mnemonic, passphrase empty, and unlock. So that got unlocked. It's working. Now I'll export. Encryption key would be hash frame. I typed it right. Export. And this is the QR code. So let me delete the other entries in my phone and then I'll take picture of these. Taking a picture now. Now we have an encrypted copy. Obviously the wallet is also restored. So we want to restart. Okay, that's messed up. Don't think that I'll be able to match that. I need to convert it into some other form so that its transportation is easy. Anyway, now the wallet isn't restored. If I try reloading and click on this, it will give me the error, which is expected. Now import, I want to scan the QR code. Okay, I need to switch off the camera from OBS, reload this page, scan QR code, show it the picture that I have. It detected it, and I'll put in the decryption key, which is hash frame, passphrase empty, and click on decrypt. And it's complaining of bad decryption key. However, it doesn't match exactly with this, but it's kind of some characters are being acting differently. So I'm pretty sure it's the encoding that's failing us. Rather than trying to QR encode this encrypted text, we need to convert it into base64 or something. Base64. Convert to base64. Okay, it accepts byte array. I guess yeah, that's what I should be doing. Convert that into byte and convert that into base64. Let's try that. Wanna commit the progress so far so that I don't fuck anything up. I mean, I always do this checkpoints and I never have to revert. But still, good idea to revert in case you lose your shit and you want a sane restore point. Hmm. Unlock wallet handler. This is the mnemonic. Right. So whatever have we received here before decrypting, we will base64 decode it. That is that is the logic. Base64 std encoding, decode to string, right? Decode to string. This would take as dot mnemonic, and it returns as it is here. along with an error that we don't need. Why is this throwing an error? Okay, that will throw an error as well because it can return an error. So what we will do here is, since this is encrypted anyway, we don't care about storing it as it is. What is the problem? Type base64 encoding has no field or method decode to string. Decode from string? Decode string. Okay. My bad. Come on, error, go away.